Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Are we live? Yes, we are. Looks like it. Well, I'm currently in a trade here. It's a little wonky. I got my daughter on the bus, which was during this time right after the news this morning. And I sat down in my chair and I saw this second high or low tick up. We had this delta cross in the confirmation line of the upside right there. And then we had we had a first high or low tick up, and then we had the second one right here. And usually 2 is better than 1, so I went ahead and went long right there. The rising delta. That's the setup. Initially, I was targeting the VWAP line up there. We flagged out. We went up. We started to flag out again. And we got this second tick down from the upper power zone right there. And probably should have just pulled the plug right there, but I was really eyeballing that VWAP, so I stayed in. And then it kind of slammed back down here. Almost took me out at break even. But I'm still in, still hoping we kind of grind our way up there, but it's really weird because the delta was, it was going up fairly aggressively, and then it just immediately turned negative. So I think we still might grind our way up there, which is why I'm kind of hanging in here. We got the open here in 13 minutes. Jay Waz is here. Good morning, Jay Waz. How are you doing today? Any trades yet? Another reason why I'm more bullish here and think we're going to grind up to VWAP is because this confirmation line definitely has a negative slope to it. You might look at this as a short delta squeeze setup, but I think we went up pretty aggressively and we turned pretty aggressively, so I don't think that's really going to play out. Those are better if the delta's up in the upper power zone. When it's trying to grind up to the upper power zone, these are less reliable as a short setup. So again, today I'm going to try to go with the current and try to mainly just take trades on in the direction of the confirmation line slope here. So G2, good morning. We gapped up since yesterday as well. Yeah, we did. Let's check out the hourly. Looks like we are flagging out here on the hourly. It's looking pretty bullish. We do have this little delta squeeze right here, but signal's already at, near the lower power zone. If we get a tick up over here, that could easily turn bullish again. On this trade right here, you know how I said it almost took me out at my break even. The old me would have put my stop under this swing low right here after it made this push up. But I just know from experience how they love to push it down, take out that low, and then push it back up. There's so many times I've gotten stopped out like that, and then it just takes off in my direction. So I try to give it a little bit more breathing room now. It looks like that's exactly what they did there. They took out the low of that wick, and it still looks like we might push up here. If not, well, then it'll be at break even. I haven't even looked at the higher time frames yet, so let's check that out. We just kind of went over the hourly really quick. The 15-minute. Let's pull the 15-minute up on the chart. So we've been under this confirmation line. We did get a higher low tick up from that lower power zone. The delta is really thin. So on the 1 minute, this could easily be bullish there. Technically, it's bearish as long as that delta's under the confirmation line. So I'll go ahead and flip this to bearish just because technically it is. And on the 5 minute, same thing over there. Let's go over to the 5 real quick. 5 minute, the delta is under the confirmation line. However, the confirmation line is kind of near the middle of the indicator, which is usually more of a ranging market condition. So it could be bullish or bearish here. For that reason, I'll go ahead and flip the 5 to neutral. And then we'll go back to the 1. Looks like we did get a tick up from that green zone on the 1. The signal's starting to turn positive again. However, it's been fairly choppy. The delta's been alternating from positive to negative more than once. And a lot of chop over here too. So we'll go ahead and mark that off. Hopefully that doesn't continue today. Got the open in about 7 minutes. The 8:25 candle usually rings the bell one direction or the other. Can get kind of volatile right there usually. That delta is confirmation line's headed up, but delta's headed down, so a little bit of disagreement there. Good morning, Stealth. JWAS says a range day would be great. Power zone plays. Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing earlier because I think tomorrow we have bigger news, right? So it would make sense for today to be more of a ranging day. This is starting to look like it's going to take me out. This time I do have my stop under that. Yep, it just got me. I was just going to say, this time I do have my stop under this swing low. So I did get a little there. Looks like 1.5 points maybe. Yeah. I'll call that a break even. You can see that chop on the 5-minute as well. That spotty delta. Well, that's too bad. I should have just pulled the plug when I got that second tick down from the that upper power zone. I would have at least got 20 points there. But the market tricked me. I thought we were flagging out to go to VWAP, and there's my head overthinking things again and not just listening to the indicator. We didn't check news out yet. Let's take a quick look at news. This CPI tomorrow at 1 a.m. That is not US. What is that? GBP. So today we had CPI Canadian core retail sales at 7:30. That's what that little volatility was at 7:30. Tomorrow we have building permits at 7:30. Crude oil inventories at 9:30. Federal funds rate at 1 p.m. FOMC economic projections. Statement and press conference at 1:30. So, yeah, for that reason, I would not be surprised if today is a range day. Oh, sorry, guys. I always forget to change my screen there. There we go. Yeah, this is kind of bizarre looking right here because you usually don't see this where the confirmation line is headed up like that and the delta is headed down and crosses the midline. It's kind of a rare scenario. Got the open in about 40 seconds. So yesterday I ended the stream, I think it was before lunch, as soon as we started to see some chop. I think I ended with like 46 points, I think it was. And then later on in the afternoon, I put a couple more trades on and was able to add another about 50 points to that. So yesterday was a decent day. All right, here's the open, 8:30. We did get that tick up from that lower power zone, but that delta has just been dropping so aggressively. Still pushing down. Looks like we're going to go after this pivot line down here. It's at 22.08. We did end up taking that low out. Let's see if we sweep some liquidity here and go back up. She is dropping. Well, you know, earlier I was talking about this delta squeeze right here. And I said usually that's not as good of a play unless the delta's up in that upper power zone. But, man, it sure played out pretty good this time. So the entry would have been right here. Definitely would have got my 31 points. That move actually went 58 points. JWAS, I still want to know why the market jumped 300 points yesterday at the Euro Open. Did it really? 300 points? You talking about NQ or something else? That doesn't show on my chart, does it? So here's New York session. What session are you talking about? New York is the orange box. Then I got Sydney. The purple is Asian session. And then London is here at like 1 a.m. my time. Or are you talking about down here? You mean all of this? Oh, yeah, there's 300 points. Yeah, that was the full day yesterday, just going straight up, huh? That was that sustained uptrend we had. It'll be interesting to see if we make a broadening formation here. And Bitcoin still pushing up, I see. There's that full moon for you. Closing in on 108,000. Now, if I was actually in this short right here, I would be waiting to exit on a delta cross in this lower power zone. Or if I wanted to give it more breathing room, I would wait for a thin delta and the signal to kind of pull up and do something like that. Oh, that's ugly. Something like that. With the delta kind of turning back up like this and getting really thin at this point. That's what I would be waiting for. Or close above the 8. That one is fairly simple to follow. Go ahead and mark out the 15-minute range as well. There's our high. There's our low. Delta's starting to turn up and taper. It's actually starting to turn positive here. It's kind of an abrupt change. Delta's turning back up. Still not very interested in a short or a long in this area. See where this 15-minute range gets established. It'll be set in 2 minutes. We're back up to the 50 EMA. The session VWAP is right there as well, that orange line. Looks like we're setting a new high on the range on the close of this candle. There we go, up to VWAP. That's what I was looking for earlier. She is pushing. That was quite the abrupt change down there on the Delta. We're really thick going down, and that cross that happened right here didn't quite make it in the lower power zone, but almost did. Usually that first cross in the lower power zone is a good entry. Well, that 15-minute range is established now. Look at that, when I reconnected this point over here, instead of using this one, if I use that other one, we kissed that line to the penny. Interesting. The ATR number is getting up there. It's at 73 right now. Which means my 80 tick stop is probably going to be pretty darn small. Let's see what that looks like. So this is an 80 tick stop right here. Yeah, see that last candle doesn't even cover the candle. That is usually too small. Which means use a bigger stop and size down your position. The other thing that means, or the other way you can approach that, is to try to get more accurate entries. Usually using the 8 is a good way to do that. So, in other words, wait for the signal. And instead of entering on the candle close, put your limit order on the 8 instead. Usually gives you a little bit more headroom. Bitcoin new all-time high, huh? Do we hit 108? Almost. 107,948. So we did put in a lower high in that red zone. It didn't quite make it to the power zone. But so far it has rejected off that VWAP. Still stuck inside that range. But just looking at the confirmation line and the delta right now, on the one, this does very much look like a ranging condition. That confirmation line just kind of hovering around the midline. The delta's been both in the upper half and the lower half, and now back in the upper half. It's usually ranging when you see that. So that could continue for a long time. So again, power zones are a good place to play that. Delta's starting to turn negative now. Kind of looks like we're possibly creating a bull flag, but it's getting really steep here, so I don't know. It's starting to look more like it's falling apart. You know, it's kind of like over here. Thought we were creating a bull flag and fell apart. Attempted again, rolled over. Would have been nice if it made it up in that upper power zone. I probably would have went short then. I'm going to be patient. Wait for an optimal entry. I'm kind of tired today. I went to bed too late last night. You know what happened? I jumped on TikTok, and I'm not really big on TikTok or social media, but I jumped on there just to see what was going on, and all those drone and UAP videos were popping up, and I was just scrolling like one after the other. Man, there's a lot of that stuff going on. I don't know how much of that stuff is real or how much of it is fake, but I got caught in the endless loop of scrolling, and man, I was just up way too late doing that. I think I went to bed at like 12:30 in the morning. Usually I'm in bed more like by 10:30 or 11. So I'm kind of feeling it today. Might need a lot more coffee. Miyagi, at this point, the aliens can take me away. I know, I kind of feel the same way. I'm like, get me out of here. Beam me up. Well, 3 minutes until the 9 o'clock flip. We'll see if the 9 o'clock candle does anything. Stealth says the government is like nothing to see here. Everything's fine. I know. You think about it, and it's weird because I feel like no one's really worried about it. They say people are really worried about it. I don't think people are really worried about it. I think people are more curious than anything. And but you do think about it, and it is pretty crazy. Like, I don't think this has ever happened before in the past where, I mean, we've been in this situation where there's drones or whatever you want to call them flying around and the government has no idea what they are. Something bizarre is happening. I don't know what. Psychological op, or maybe it's real aliens trying to pretend that they're drones. Who knows? Well, NQ said nope to the upside. Dropping again. More chop. It looked like we were kind of flagging out there and tried to break out, but that failed. All right, 9 o'clock candle. Here we are. All my bots are going off. You guys hear those little dings in the background? All my bots run on the hourly time frame, so usually there's something going on the turn of every hour. Some sort of buying or selling. Well, we're about to test the bottom of that 15-minute range. Will we break out of the bottom? It's been falling pretty hard. Still, if you caught that short, that must have been pretty nice. We're closing in on the bottom of that broadening formation line. We do have the signal down in that lower power zone. And we did take out that prior low. So this could be a good place to go long here. But so far, it's looking just kind of like a big mess. But one thing is for sure, if you put an arrow across that confirmation line, it's pretty flat. Which means both longs and shorts should be in play. You know, if you really wanted to be aggressive, you could long that broadening formation line as soon as it touches it. I just went long on that tick up right here. That was that lower power zone. Just pulled back to the 8 and barely kissed it. Again, those are premium entries when you can get those right there. Those are my favorite. Getting in on those wicks. Stealth, when I switched contracts, I had to redraw my power zones. Yeah. Unfortunately, those power zones and the green zones and the red zones, all that are drawn in manually. So anytime you change your ticker, you're going to have to redraw that. I wish that was actually built into the indicator. Trying to get Zeiierman to just go ahead and add those in there. That would just make things a lot easier. Then that whole setup portion of the playbook, you wouldn't have to go through that process. All right, we're closing in on my TP here. I'm just under the 50. Can we get it? I'm looking for smaller targets today, I think, just because I think today's going to be more of a range day. And just because the price action seems very, very choppy so far. So I want to take what I can get. See, it's already coming back at me. I was so close to my take profit. You know what? My 30 points, if I would have just left it there, that would have been fine. I would have got that. Or 31 and, yeah, definitely would have got that. 31 and a quarter. I was trying to stretch it though to the 50 right there. All right, it just took me out. So, what did I get here? Looks like I got 9.5 points. Could have been a lot better. I was trying to stretch it too far. JWA's got the 125 ticks. See, that 125 is like a magical number. That took you right up into these wicks here. I should have just stuck with it. You know, it seems like every time I try to push it just a little bit more, it's just a little too far, you know? And then I end up paying the price for it. Still, if you're in a short from 236, it's only 236. What? I think is your number correct there? That seems to be off my chart. Oh, the target is 22,236. You mean way up here? 22,236 is way up here. Oh, you're on a different contract. The H contract. Maybe I should change contracts. This one pretty much done. MNQ, what am I on? Z? MNQZ? So you're on H. Oh? You're on the H contract. Oh, this one. Oh, yeah. These numbers are totally different. It's rollover week. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So, all right. Let me go ahead and redraw my zones here. Well, here. Let me go ahead and add this to my list. I'll make this one green. I'll make this one orange, old. And I'm just going to go ahead and redraw my zones. I think I used that color. No, did I use a different color on the other one? Looks different. Let me see. What did I have going on here? Yeah, that's the right color. I think on this one, I just extended it all the way. There we go. That's why it looked different. That looks a little better. Okay, now I need to go and change my contract in Quantower. MNQH. Make sure everything works. All right, there we go. I'm all set and ready to go. So MNQZ, what is the current price? Like 953, and on the other one, it's like 254. Yeah, it's a huge difference in price. Still, if you could copy and paste, were you talking about the zones that I was drawing in there? I didn't even think about doing that. That would have made things a little easier. Here, let me see if I could copy and paste my little tags here. Can I do that? My call out? Where did my call out go? Well, that copy and paste on my call out didn't work, so I think it's easier just to add some new ones. So 15-minute bearish. Five-minute bearish. All right. I am now all set up. Doesn't look like I missed much of anything doing all that. However, I'm going to go and put my lines back in here. Was that the one that I used? Or is this going to be different here? I I think this is going to be a little different on this chart. Well, I guess we'll go with that for now. This other chart looked a little cleaner. My lines. Oof. Bitcoin just had a rejection off that trend line. Went to 108, 317, and now it's 106. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a delta squeeze there. Go ahead and put my 15-minute range back in here. Gold doesn't look too bad today. Stealth is done for the day. Good job, Stealth. SPY looks pretty flat. Looks like Zeiierman came out with a new indicator overnight. The Adaptive Volatility Scaled Oscillator. He says it's trending on TradingVIew. I haven't really had a chance to check it out yet. Well, the Delta's tapering positive. We are getting a tick up in that lower power zone. Could be a long opportunity here. I'm going to see if I can snipe along here on the 8. Just got picked up on the 8 at 258. I want this to be a wick. If it closes under the 8, I'm out. And I'm out of break even. We closed under the 8, so I pulled it. We also ticked down from that upper red zone, so just trying to be a little more conservative here. Now it'll take off on me. keep in mind we're still pretty bearish on the 15. We're bearish on the 5. The hourly is starting to turn bearish. It's starting to cross under that confirmation line. And on the 1, you know, we've had this idea that we're going to be ranging today, but on the 1, we still have that negative slope on that confirmation line. So technically we're bearish over there and should be looking for shorts. So any longs I want to keep a short leash on. Went ahead and put a limit order on the 8 here for a short. Just got picked up. And again, if we close above the 8 and start chopping the 8, I'm pulling the plug. I am showing chop down here. Now, technically, this is a long setup here, so I might actually flip. All right, I just flipped. So I took a loss on here. It's like 9 3/4, and I went long there because we have that delta squeeze. This time I'm just going to go for 125 ticks. I'm not going to try to push it. Would have been better off if I had done that last time. We also got that pivot line up there at It's like 303. Don't tell me he's going to fall short again this time. Come on, market. You can push up there. You're so close. Don't even tell me you come back to my break even, man. How far did that one go? 29.25 points. So close. Come on. And then in one candle, it drops all the way back. All right, another break even on that one. Man, it was so close. I didn't even push it that time. All right, I need some more coffee. If this goes back up there and hits my original TP, those are the worst. When it comes down, takes you out, and then goes. Oh, man. Right back up there. Oh, well. Wait for the next one, I guess. Well, it would have hit the target. If I wouldn't have pulled it right there, it would have hit. Back up to that pivot line. We also have the session VWAP up there at about 22,306. Right, we're getting a little bit of bearish divergence. We are flashing a lower high in that upper power zone. And if we are ranging, that is an area for a short. But I don't know, something tells me we're going to break out of this range and keep going up. We have been trending down. So maybe I should just believe the indicator and take the short here. But we're sitting right on top of the 50. And every time it pulls down, it seems to want to get bought up right away. I'm going to wait. And that lower high was not official. It is flashing it right now, so the thing going against us here is that we've had this delta cross the confirmation line, which tells us we should be looking for longs if we're going to be trending. But that's the question. Are we going to be trending or are we going to be ranging here? if we can't break that swing high right there at 318.50, then I suppose I should probably continue to look for shorts in this area. But for you trend traders out there, if you're waiting to play the trend, then you should be waiting for a long setup here. If you're going with the delta and the confirmation line cross. But I am going to go for the short, I guess. It's putting in that lower high, or right there at the session VWAP. It would make sense to turn here. And I am currently short. $295. My 80 tick stop doesn't look very big on this one. I would not be surprised if it pops up and takes me out on this. Yep, I think it's going to go after that swing high there. Hopefully not. There you go. Go down. Down, boy. Don't do it. Come on, market. Okay, it just took me out. I had a feeling that was going to happen. That's why I said on this delta cross right there, where the delta goes above the confirmation line, and now we're starting to get a positive slope on that confirmation line. So I was saying that's a kind of a risky trade there when you see that. You should just go ahead and wait for the shorts, unless you think you're ranging. Well, we're still not really sure if we're ranging yet, so... So there's minus 20 points. Also, like I was saying earlier, that 80 tick stop might just be a little too small for the volatility we have here. Starting to put in our second lower high. No. Do I try to short it again? Delta starting to taper down again. It's also using that the 20 as support at the moment right here at 292.25. So I don't know. I think it's probably more bullish. I'm just gonna sit tight since that one failed. You know, like I said, with this Delta cross down here, at that point we should become bullish and start to look for longs somewhere in this zone. So I'm just going to be patient and wait for that. You know, the other thing, if we are looking at the broadening formation here, every time we take out one of these lows, if we start to break the next swing high, you can expect it to come out and take out, you know, the other target would be here then at 369.75 and make its way back up to the top of that broadening formation. So, but we still haven't broken this swing high here yet at 318. But I feel like we're working on it. We also got VWAP right above this swing high as well at 323. Got the 200 sitting right there. And I think we just took, yep, we just took it out. So we'll see if it can continue pushing through here. I also wouldn't be surprised if it rejected a little bit in here, pulled back somewhere in here, and then started higher. Take a look at the 5-minute. Definitely some discrepancy between the 15, the 5, and the 1. 15, the 5 are bearish. 1's currently bullish. A little bit of chop setting in on that delta. G2, I think we're breaking your trend line now, right? Showing a little bit more momentum to the downside there, but here we're popping back up. What happened there? Whatever just happened pretty fast. All right, we're getting that tick up from the green zone. There we go. Something's happening. You got some news or something? Right back up to the VWAP. K. John, have you noticed every big day up or down on NQ, the next is always digesting the move? Those days are either for going fishing or going golfing. Yeah, I have noticed that. Every time there's a big move, we have a consolidation phase, that's for sure. That is when it's flat and kind of nasty. Well, like I said earlier, guys, I had a feeling that after we hit the bottom of this broadening formation, took out this swing high, I think the target is up here at 369.75, and possibly the top of that broadening formation up here at 383. I just didn't really have a clean setup. I was hoping that the price would come down here more and then tick up, and on the signal line I was hoping we'd end up down here in the power zone somewhere and tick up. That's what I was looking for. We didn't quite make it down there. We did have this tick up from the green zone, so technically it's a long right here. I just I didn't take it. I was waiting for a deeper pullback. Looks like if I would have taken that, I'd already be almost to my 31 points. We also got a little mini broadening formation right here as well. See that? Takes out the low and runs back up to the yellow line. Takes out the high. So yeah, that definitely would have hit my 31 points there. I have quite a few misses today. The misses are what typically kills me. You know, like earlier. Like this one, that would have hit 31, but I pulled it too early. On the other chart, this one, that would have hit 31, but I tried to push it too far. So I only ended up getting 9.5 out of that one. And then earlier, this one, how far did that go? Well, it went 25 points. I should have pulled it on the second tick down from that upper power zone with the delta tapering, but I was trying to push it to VWAP, and so that's what kind of killed me today, is just pushing a little too far on those. And then this one didn't even take it. But there's a lot of time left in the day, so since I missed that one, you might be asking, well, how do you jump in if you really think it's going to run up to 369? Well, you can jump in on the 8, which would have been right here. But we never really retested VWAP after we got above it, so that's why I didn't want to jump in on the 8 there, because the probability of pulling down here is pretty high first. So I guess I'm just going to chalk that one up as a miss. Jason Richardson, just wanted to say hi. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Your channel just popped in my feed. Newish to NQ trader here. All right. NQ can be a beast. But it can also be a lot of fun to trade. On the good days when it's not chopping. Choppy days suck. Stealth says 15-minute was in the power zone. Double bottom on that time frame. Didn't see this bounce coming. Thought we were going lower. Well, I saw this bounce coming and I still didn't catch it. Let me go to the 15. See what we had going on there. Yeah. We did get that tick up in that lower power zone, and see the delta was tapering a lot right there where we got that tick up. So it makes sense. Back to the 5. I still think we're making our way back up to the yellow line there. Looks like we're heading back towards VWAP for maybe a little test. Stealth's asking, where do you start the yellow lines from? Well, it's pretty simple, actually. This case is more complex because, so what I look for is just for a low to get taken out and a high to get taken out. So, like, this wick took out, can you guys see that? This wick took out this low. So normally I would draw it like this. And you use the ray, so you can, it's basically just 2 points, right? However, when I drew it that way, nothing was really lining up over here. So then I just kind of backtracked a little and I used this point. So anytime a low is taken out, that low is what you can use as your point. And notice how when I use that one, we came down almost perfectly to the bottom there. Now this one, again, it's 2 points. This high, oops. This high right here took out this high, this swing high. So you just line them up, and the market just tends to want to take out highs and take out lows, take out highs, take out lows. So as it continues doing that, that's why they call this a broadening formation, because it gets broader as it goes out. But anytime you take one out and then you start to swing back in, like once it breaks that other swing point, it almost always goes back to take out that other high to land back up here at the other end of the broadening formation. And it'll continue doing that until it can actually break outside the broadening formation and then expand. And so if you look for that, you'll see a series of all these little broadening formations all over in the chart, like this one. They're everywhere if you look for them. So see how on this one, we actually got on top of this broadening formation. So as long as we could stay on top, we can continue to expand. But if we fall back inside, then you can expect it to, sometimes it happens pretty abruptly. It'll come down and it'll take out this low. And then you're back down here again. And then you look for another long to get back up to take out the swing high. But a lot of people don't really see those because they're looking for, you know, more like wedges like this. It's the opposite of a wedge. So it's expanding outward instead of consolidating inward. Hopefully all that made sense, but like I said, this is kind of a weird setup here because things weren't really lining up that great. If you look for them in, you know, other areas of the chart, they usually play out a little bit nicer. So let's see, do we have a little one here? See, this high took out that high, and this low took out this low. So you do have a little broadening formation here. As you can see, after it took out that low, where did we end up? Right back up at the yellow line, and then where did we end up? Taking out this low again, down here. So the market just continues to do that until it expands outside. So here now we're expanding outside. So now that broadening formation is pretty much over. And so it's at that point, once it expands outside, you can kind of just ignore it. But as long as it's still playing out, it could play out for a long time. And that's usually what catches traders on the wrong side of things because, you know, most traders, they look for trends and they assume that if it took out a low, it's going to continue trending in that direction. And then what happens is it reverses right away and goes the opposite way, catches you on the wrong side, you stop out, and then you think it's going to go long because it took out the high, and then the the opposite happens. So a little bit of reverse psychology playing out. Well, we did come down to VWAP, kissed it right here at 324.25. So will we continue up to the yellow line is the question. Do we have a good long setup for it? We are ticking up here. It is in the red zone. The delta is, it does have a negative slope to it. I typically don't like that setup for long. From a price action perspective, I like it since we came down and retested VWAP. But I would prefer if that signal came lower down here somewhere and then ticked up. Well, it's given us a delta squeeze setup for a short, but, well, it was flashing anyway. The 5-minute is also flashing a tick down over there, but we did cross that confirmation line on the 5. So on the 5, we're technically bullish right now. And the confirmation slope is actually going to start turning positive here. So that is bullish on the 5. Little discrepancy between the 5 and the 15 at the moment. On the hourly, we are ticking up from the lower power zone. That's pretty bullish. Okay, John, once the European closes, it will get better in 3 minutes for the trend traders. Okay. We will see and try to take advantage of that if we can. Still rejecting off that order block there. Currently. You know, we are still stuck inside that 15-minute range. As long as we stay in there, you can expect it to be kind of nasty. We've basically been stuck in here for, what, 2.5 hours now? Stealth says don't diddle in the middle of the range. I would tend to agree with that. So it did print that lower high under the delta, but it's invalid because the delta has a positive slope to it. The only time that is valid is if the delta has a negative slope, which it doesn't. For a short, that is. All right, we're starting to put in a higher low. It is in the red zone, but delta is gaining strength. And I still think we're going to try to push up here. So this is a potential long if you're looking to get in on a higher low on the signal line. It does go with the current of the delta, that positive slope. I went ahead and took a long there. Still got to get through this order block though. I'm in at 346.50. Ninja Trader's frozen. That's no good. You should try Quantower, JWAZ. It's much nicer in Quantower land. Gotta push through that order block and take out that high. Now, if I was going to push it here, I would put my take profit on the yellow line. But every time I pushed it today, I've sort of regretted it. So I'm going to stick to my 125 ticks on this one. All right, we just took out that high from way over here, from 8:05 a.m. So technically that's the target on the Browning formation. So technically the target is hit, and for that reason, I'm going to move my stop to break even. Hopefully it doesn't fall back inside now after taking out that high. You know, it's nice when it busts through a high like that and it stops everyone out, and then it just takes off really quickly and hits your TP. That's what I was kind of hoping would happen there. It's still working at it though. Here we go. There we go. Finally, I got my 31 points, 31 and a quarter points in the bag. Now I'm going to wish that I pushed it to the yellow line. We'll see if it hits it. Yep. Looks like we just barely kissed it there. And this is an area to look for shorts after you reach the other end. I am going to grab some water and go to the bathroom quick. I'll be right back. Like we touched the top of that broadening formation. We did get a tick down in this upper power zone. If you wanted to be aggressive, you could short that tick down right there. That was gone when it happened, so that would have been right here. Again, that's pretty aggressive if you're not waiting for the delta to catch up. That's definitely more of a early entry. And keep in mind, like, we could still expand outside of this line. So just because we're here doesn't mean it's definitely going to be a short. But this is definitely an area where you want to look for a short setup. So personally, I'm going to be looking for this delta to round over, start to turn negative, and give us more of a clearer short opportunity. We also have the daily open sitting up here at 410, 410.50. It's also worth noting that we did break outside of our 15-minute range for the first time. Well, not for the first time. We broke outside to the downside originally, but once we made it back in, this is the first time we broke out of the top. So, wouldn't be surprised if we come down and retest that range and try to expand higher. Something to also watch for. We do have a little bit of a bull flag breakout set up here, but it's a little risky being at the top of that broadening formation. So I'm not very interested in a long here. More interested in a short. We did get a tick down below that delta. Delta hasn't really rolled over yet, though. It's working on it. Starting to get a little rollover on that delta now. It's still positive, though. We are starting to flash a tick down on the 5-minute from that upper power zone. So far, it looks like that aggressive delta squeeze entry was the better entry. That would have been right here on that red triangle. I wish it was a little cleaner than that. I wish the delta would have been rolling over first. We just closed under the 20. That tick down from the power zone on the 5 is official now. Keep in mind, we're still bullish on the 5, so sitting right on top of that 15-minute range. Are we going to bounce here, or are we going to fall back in? Wish I would have been just a little more aggressive and took that delta squeeze now. I mean, it wasn't rolling over, but it was flat, so it was still somewhat valid. You know, this other one, the one prior to that, definitely was not valid. Like, there's definitely a positive slope to that delta. You could see that there. But up here, you know, when that printed, it was definitely more flat just prior to rounding over. And it was in the power zone, so that's always better when you get them in the power zone. But yeah, see, she's playing out just as we said. Look at that. Pinpoint accuracy on the yellow line. We had 2 touches. Self says so it took out the stops, then faked going long and reversed. Yep. It's pretty much what the broadening formation does. It takes everyone's stops out both ends. And then usually falls back inside. But you also got to watch for the broadening formation within the broadening formations too. So like we potentially have one, you know, this took out this high. This took out this low. This took out this low. So, you know, you can draw it like that as well. And if it took that one out, if it takes this one out, you could expect it to end up down here somewhere. Yeah, we're sitting right above the VWAP, which on my screen is 327. We got the session anchored VWAP down here at 314.50. Now, this one, it's pretty steep, so I wouldn't really expect it to come all the way down to this other low. I mean, it could. But really, the targets on the broadening formation are just the previous low. So it'd be this one right here. Oops, wrong line. So that's the real target right there. All it has to do is take that out, and then you can redraw your broadening formation line. So you can take your second point. So say it took out that low and ended up somewhere down here by VWAP. Well, then it would start to look more like that. And then it could potentially swing back up, and then your target ends up being right there, that other high. keep the low one marked just to see if we take it out. So we did get this tick up from the power zone, but at the same time we got this delta cross that happened there on the confirmation line. So now technically we're bearish because of that. So I'd be more interested in a long if it took this low out first and then we got a tick up there. We got the hourly flip here in about 6 seconds. 11 o'clock candle. And we just took it out. So now that we took it out, we can continue redrawing our line here. Continue using that swing low as the first point. The second point, wherever we end up, we'll just keep adjusting it. But like I said, that's the broad information within the broad information. So, I mean, if we're really looking at the real target is this line down here on the bigger broadening formation. So you see that? We came all the way up there, kissed that, and we're already halfway down. Hopefully it doesn't shoot all the way down there because I want to jump on the train before it gets there. That's the other thing about these broadening formations is once it decides to go from one end to the other, it usually happens pretty quick. It's like here, like once it rejected, it made it to this other swing low fairly quickly. Now I'm really wishing that I would have taken that delta squeeze up there. Because that was the real entry. Right here. If we targeted that swing low, it would have been 56 points. Definitely would have got it. So far, it's ran 82 points. Um, Also worth pointing out, on the 15-minute, we are flashing a tick down from the upper half with the falling delta, so that's actually pretty bearish on the 15 if we close this way in about, looks like 7-8 minutes. After we took out that swing low, this next tick up was a potential long there. I didn't take it because I'm waiting for the short setup, but if anybody did take that, let's see how that would have done. Entry would have been right here at 11:05. Right back to VWAP and the 20 and the 50, all kind of in the same area right there. So we'll see if we get a rejection somewhere around here. Back to the 200. Looks like that would have hit at 31.25 points if one of you guys took that. Anybody take that? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? G2, you took it? Nice. I'm still trying to be a little bit more conservative here, which is why I'm passing on some of these, but I wish I would have taken that delta squeeze at the top. And right now, I'm wishing I would have taken that tick up after we took that low out. So G2's waiting for the flip. I'm waiting for the short here too. So the setup I'm waiting for, it's in the playbook. Step 1, you have this delta cross near the upper power zone, which we got. Step 2 is to wait for the signal to make it somewhere up here in the red zone and then tick down. That's what I'm waiting for. Now we're getting a tick down a little bit early here in the green zone. So, I mean, it's still, it's right there at the midline. So it's still a valid entry. Kind of wish it was a little higher. But I think I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive and take this one. All right, I am short. At 316.50. And then again, my 80 tick stop is looking like it might be a little too small for the volatility we have going on. right back up to the 8 SMA. That would have been a better entry. You know, I said I was going to take those earlier instead, just to get a little bit better of an entry, but anytime you do that, you risk missing the trade if it never makes it back there. So for those of you that like to scale into a trade, that's a good point to scale in. We are starting to print a higher low tick up here, which I'm not a big fan of. Still in the trade though. Debating pulling the plug here, but I'm giving this one more chance. It's closing in on my stop. Come on, push down. I see that tick down. I said ideally you want it to be in that red zone. You know, here I took it as a little bit more of an aggressive entry, but I probably should have just sat on my hands and waited for the tick down from the red zone. If we get it here. We'll see if we get it. I think we're going to get it. Flashing that tick down anyway. Got about 33 seconds. Hopefully she keeps pushing back down. All right, we did put the tick down in, but it was a up close green candle, so my stop is it's a little shallow. If I would have waited for that tick down, I would have been short from here. Would have been a better entry. And I would have had a lot more room on my stop. L. Chalwell, hey, just found your channel. I'm curious for the cumulative delta. Do you need level 2 data or tick data? No, you don't. You do need, what is it? The data from the CME or whatever. Well, you need that in order to chart NQ and MNQ. But you don't need any additional data to that. Does TradingVIew have that? Please correct me if I'm mistaken. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, so as long as you can pull up the MNQ chart, you should be good. Looks like we barely got away with that one so far. That tick down from the red zone is playing out. I was just a little early on that entry. Now, if this starts to flush and we lose this low, it could flush fairly quickly back down to this other low for the bigger broadening formation. So I think that's the low that I want to actually target, if I can get it. If I can get it, that'll be, looks like 72 points. However, we do have a fairly choppy delta here, so go ahead and mark off that chop. Hopefully we can flush the chop out here pretty quickly. Starting to put in another tick up from that green zone, which I don't really like. We're kind of stuck right in between both VWAPs now. We're below the standard VWAP and we're sitting right on top of the anchored VWAP. Anyway, I'm gonna step away so I don't have to watch it so closely. I'll be right back. What you doing, market? Delta's still heading down, but it's really thin. It's negative. Price is still trying to push up a little bit, but keeps getting rejected on VWAP there. So hopefully we continue to push. You know, usually the slope of the delta is it's a little bit of a preview where the market tends to want to go. So if it's pointed down, it's usually going to continue down. We'll see if that plays out here. L. Chalwell, gotcha, thanks. For some reason, I was under the impression that you need to see market buy-sell orders for Cumulative Delta. Well, this Cumulative Delta is different than all the others that you see on other platforms. This is a proprietary variant by Zeiierman, and because it's proprietary, I'm not really sure exactly how the calculation is under the hood. All I know is I like it, and it tends to work really well. The one thing going against us here is that the delta is very thin. So there's not a whole lot of conviction to the down move here. I'd like to see that thicken up a lot more. Notice how it's super thin here compared to what it was like earlier. See how it's thicker over here? So when it's thin, that's typically when you end up in a lot of chop. And I actually see it starting to flash positive there. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and get out at break even here and just wait. All right, I just pulled it there, break even. Just to see, because this could easily just pop up right here. It's taken too long to play out for my liking. I don't like to sit in there that long. Just wait for a better setup. See how it's flashing positive on the delta? I don't like that. That's no good. Starting to break that little trend line to the upside. Back above VWAP now. Back to the 50, back to the 200. So what is she going to do? Still have the 15, that's pretty bearish. 5 is bullish. The one is kind of in no man's land right now. The one doesn't know what it wants to do. And it is lunchtime, 11:30. Thank you, Scott. Welcome. They're flashing another red tick down here in the red zone. I was thinking about going short there, but with this delta being positive here, it was really, it had the opportunity to drop here and it didn't. And on the 5, we're ticking up from the green zone. We're bullish on the 5. So in 3 minutes, if we close this way, the 5 is going to be looking even more bullish. So what we should be doing is looking for a long. And so with this tick down, if this comes down somewhere in here in the green zone and ticks up, and as long as the delta still has a positive slope to it, then that should be a decent long. So we'll wait and see if we can get that. It's always nicer when the 5 is aligned with the 1. We are getting that tick up, but it's in the red zone there. So I guess this would be more of an aggressive entry if you decide to take this one. I'm going to give it a shot. I just went long there. I'm in at 338.25. I never marked this out earlier, but we do have a... Come on. We do have an order block sitting here. And we bounced quite nicely off of that. I was right there on that pivot line. All right, market, what are you doing? We're starting to get a tick down near that upper power zone. We did pull back to the 20 there. I would like to see a little bit more momentum in this move. It's still, on the one, we're still technically bearish here as long as the delta's under the confirmation line. So any longs you want to keep somewhat of a short leash on. Pond says, wonder if that big buyer that happened at 11:06 is going to be protecting. That was a crazy move earlier. 11:06. Where's that? Oh, right here. Yeah, that was on that order block. So that would make sense. So see, we had a significant move right here. I remember when this popped down, this got bought up really quickly right there. So this order block here is going to be significant. We did bounce there, so, and we did just take out that little swing high right there, so it does make sense to continue moving up here. Signal is in that upper power zone though, so I got to be careful. And it does feel a bit weak here. Back down to that 8 SMA again. All right, I had to pull it at break even because we got that tick down. We just barely kissed that upper power zone, so gonna be a little bit more conservative. Just like to see more momentum in it, and it's really kind of weak right now. Like I said, we're technically bearish on the 1. We're bullish on the 5. So it could still pull up here, but I'll throw another break even on the book. Starting to flash a lower high by that upper power zone. Still showing weakness. A little bit of barcoding there. We also have a fairly decent size fair value gap here that we just tapped into, which might explain the hesitation. Also got a little bit of chop there on the 15. Go ahead and mark that out. We just put in a higher low on the signal. So it's really trying to beat down the door of that fair value gap. Still got a rising delta. So it definitely looks better for the longs right here than the shorts. A lot of times when it tries to break through a level like this, there'll just be one candle that just explodes through it. Juan says over 56 and probably see shorts start to close positions, maybe rotate back to high. Yeah, if we could start breaking through, 56, 57 here, I would expect it to start working its way back up to the high, that yellow line up there. Just kind of a grind right here. I'm going to get rid of that though. I'm going to get rid of this. And we did have a significant move off of here though, so I would still expect there to be some resistance right here at 366. So as long as we remain under 366, I guess I'm going to be a little bit more neutral. We did just put in our first tick down that's fully inside the upper power zone. I know it likes to reject off of that, so that delta's tapering down, so it's definitely weak. It's not moving up very quickly, that's for sure. For those of you tracking confirmation line crosses, we just had another cross right here. It's a little less significant when it happens in the middle of the screen. It's more significant when it happens by a power zone. It's like this one was significant. This one down here was significant. You know, these over here, when you're chopping down the middle, you're more in a ranging market condition when it's doing that. So this could easily, just because it peaked its head above, it could roll back over and be lower. You know, it's actually more important to look at the overall slope here of the confirmation line, which is negative. And so overall, if you're looking at it from that perspective, you should be looking for a short here. Delta does look like it's trying to roll back over. And for that reason, I'm going to attempt a short on the 8. Also starting to put in a little bit of a lower high on the signal on the 5. That power zone right here. Oops, right here. So far, that was the best entry. Those power zones are powerful, I tell you. I canceled my my short entry, by the way. Signal's almost already down to the lower power zone. So just waiting for a better setup. Hitmaker E, are you long? No, I am not long. I am just waiting at the moment. We had a short setup here. This upper power zone tick down. I did not take it, but that was the setup. Confirmation line again is near the middle of the screen, so this is more of a range play, so power zones are probably going to be where it's at. Yeah, it's flat. It's flat and it is lunchtime, so excuse me. We did get a tick up in the green zone. It's not quite in the power zone. We do have a falling delta now. So it's still looking like the short might be the side to be on. That delta is starting to thicken up here. We do have the 12 o'clock flip, hourly flip coming up in 3 minutes. Starting to put in a higher low down there near the power zone. That might be a good long right there. Delta starting to turn positive. We got the flip in 20 seconds. It's not quite in the power zone, but higher low is fairly bullish. I'm going to hold out though. Not going to do anything quite yet. Scott Martin, what's your read on Delta on Confluence? It seems like Delta can be way off and price still goes against it. Not really sure what you're referring to. Like usually price goes in the direction of the slope of the delta. So see, we have this downward slope, so price is moving down. And you know, here where we had the upward slope, price was moving up. That's more on like a micro level. So I'm always looking at the micro level, the macro level, and then the higher level. So On the macro level, on the 1, you look at the confirmation line, so that's headed down. So even though price is moving up, if the selling pressure is to the downside and price is moving up, that's basically bearish divergence. And so usually the price is going to roll over pretty hard at some point if it continues doing that. Like right now, we just had the hourly flip at noon, and you saw that spike down. So that's why it's right before the hourly candle. It's a little risky to jump in a trade right there because it can always flip really quick. Example, negative delta by 2,000 and price can still rally up. Are you talking about the delta candle specifically? I'm always looking at the relation of the candles to the confirmation line. I'm looking at the position of the delta candles relative to where the confirmation line is, relative to where it is on the indicator. And it's all fractal, so the same patterns play out on the 5, on the 15, on the hourly. It's all explained in the playbook. Maybe I'm just not understanding your question. But generally speaking, if you see a falling delta like this, so if you were seeing that and you were seeing the price continue to move up as that delta's falling, that is something you want to short, because eventually that's going to fall pretty hard. That's basically bearish divergence. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Pawn is wondering if we are seeing a bear trap here. Well, we might be. This is the first time the signal made it in the lower power zone. The signal is very thin, or the delta is really thin. That's another thing. You got to look at the thickness of the delta, because that gives you a sense of the momentum and the conviction behind the move. If the delta is really thin, then you're going to end up with, if the signal ends up in the lower power zone, it really likes to reverse right there. So like right here, I'm actually interested in taking a long there. I just jumped in a long actually. Because this is the first time it made it in that lower power zone. The delta's thin. So you're always trying to balance everything out, right? It's a balancing act between many different variables. So you want to put as many of the variables on your side as possible to determine the highest probability of the next move. The power zones are one variable. The slope of the delta is another variable. The slope of the confirmation line is another variable. So you got to kind of weigh everything out in your head to determine where the highest probability is. And when you're in more of this ranging condition and the confirmation line is kind of stagnant around the center of the indicator, that's when you should be playing these power zone entries. Those are where it's at when you're ranging. So that's part of the reason why I took a long right here. But isn't negative delta not only aggressive sellers, but passive buyers? It can indicate a bigger buyer absorbing for a move up. I don't think this cumulative delta is tracking passive buyers. I think it's only tracking aggressive sellers versus aggressive buyers. But again, I don't really know how Zeiierman is calculating that, since it's more of a black box. It's closed source code. You can't read it. So I am merely just playing off of the patterns that I see play out over and over again. In every transaction, there is aggressive and passive. Yes, I do understand that. But again, we don't know how he's calculating the actual calculation here. Market still seems very weak. We're getting a tick down under that weak delta. It was flashing a tick down anyway. It's trying to pull out of it. Buyers are trying to step back in. So on a micro level, you see the slope of that delta is trying to turn back up. So far, so good. We want to see that delta start to thicken up and get fatter and fatter. We want a fat positive, not a fat negative. WH, with the Fed meeting tomorrow, I expected today to be rather flat for the markets. Yeah, we did too. We were talking about that earlier. I figured today would be more of a range day. And that's exactly what we're seeing on the cumulative delta at the moment, with that confirmation line near the center and the delta kind of porpoising above and below it. Delta's still pretty weak though, so You know, again, technically on the higher level here, even though the slope is positive, on the higher level, the slope of the confirmation line is negative. So any tick down from this red zone, you want to be a little cautious if you're in a long. We are flashing a tick down at the moment. And I think I am going to move to break even if that tick down becomes official. Looks like we closed up, so it was not official. Market still seems very weak though, so I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to break even anyway. Hopefully we push up and hit my TP. Pod says over 60s and it could get spicy. Yep, I agree. If we break this little swing high here at 358, 359. However, I won't be super bullish unless we can get through 370. And I might get taken out here at my break even. That delta's still so thin. It's not fun trading when you have a thin delta. You know, like earlier when the delta's thick like this, trading is a lot more fun. But you got to be you're actually better off probably just walking away when it's looking like this. I was trying to hold out here because sometimes over lunch it'll start to kick into gear, but it's just not doing much. And it took me out. Which is weird because on this chart, the wick doesn't even hit my break even, but on a quant hour it did. So that is another break even. I think I'm just going to call it here, guys. I am going to get some other stuff done. I don't like what I'm seeing here on the Cumulative Delta. And I know usually when I end the stream, then things get good again. So I'll keep my eye on it and see if I can jump in a few more trades. Otherwise, I will be back here tomorrow. And same time, we got the Fed meeting tomorrow. So tomorrow should be a little bit more fun. If you guys continue trading, good luck. And we will see you tomorrow. All right. Peace.
Oh, wow. Look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? like big fat candles, I can't deny when the delta's green and riding high. When a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want a pound split, can't let it go. Big delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat deltas are what I beat. Well, traders, let me see that log as goes on my happy delta. Skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those big moves, yeah, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. Wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the